Maybe they don't allow them to. Maybe there's no photos of it underwater because they don't allow them to get close enough to photo it. I wonder how much is underwater then. Let's just do that then. How much on aircraft carrier? I'm gonna do. I want to update my stuff real quick. I think I want to put in here. I want to go to the just chatting too right now. Just chatting right now. It's a hype video.
The performance out here has been nothing but sensational.
Wait a minute. I'm not getting any sound. Why not? Oop, wrong one. Why do I not get any sound? Open the wave link up. I know what it's going to be. Why it does that every time? Now we're good.
You all really rose to the occasion. From phase 1. And enter this Comp 2X. Heading out on deployment. We gotta be ready to be out on point and ready to go at a moment's notice. It is really from the dedication, professionalism, and teamwork from everybody out here.
Let's look at really Yemen's blockading Israel. It's really kind of hard to blockade them when you got other areas.
Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden, and the Bab el-Mandab, as the nation of Yemen has announced a blockade of all ships sailing to and from the nation of Israel. I'm your host, Al Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So this is a marked escalation we're seeing by the Houthi government in Yemen against global shipping. We have already seen a level of attacks against commercial shippings, from the seizure of the Galaxy Leader to the attacks on the Central Park to a series of attacks on 3 vessels the other day. And now the nation of Yemen is announcing that not only are they going to be targeting Israeli-owned ships, which they haven't done, they've actually hit ships that have nothing to do with Israel because of their poor intelligence on shipping, but now they've announced that any ships that are destined to and from Israel will now be subject of attack and seizure in the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandab, and the Gulf of Aden. What does this mean for global shipping? What's the response we can expect to see from the U.S. Navy and other navies? Well, we're going to talk about that in this video. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment.
Yeah, that's what I want to see.
Bell, alerted about new videos as they come out. Here's a story over at G Captain, a Reuters story. Yemen Houthis warn they will target all ships heading to Israel.
So we'll
Right,
probably
read the story, but better yet, let's go
support
directly
them.
to the source where the Yemen's armed forces. Some of you may remember Baghdad Bob, who would get out and give these great press statements from Saddam Hussein. Well, let me introduce you to Sanaa Sam. Sanaa Sam is the press release here for the Yemen Armed Forces. And what we're hearing here is the perspective of the Yemen Armed Forces, which is the Houthi government. Now, understand, Yemen has been under a civil war for almost over a decade, and both sides are being supported by outside factions. The Houthi, which are Shia,
Blocking.
supported by Iran. The Yemen
Sorry.
rebels now, which are no longer holding government, are being supported
Move
by
me
the
right
Saudis.
there.
Now, this statement is talking about the fact that Israeli ships were not going to be allowed through the Red and the Arabian Seas, and largely due to the fact that Israel has been conducting this war against Hamas in Gaza, and according to Yemen, it's a genocidal war. Now, remember, this is a statement of the Yemen Armed Forces, not me. I'm just giving you what they're saying. And so, in solidarity with that, the Yemen Armed Forces is announcing a new policy. And that new policy, as you see articulated here, is the prohibition of any ships heading up to Israel. Now, that means they're going to be targeting any nationality, it doesn't matter what flag they fly, from going up into Israel. And this is literally a declaration of war, of the closing of the Bab el-Mandeb, the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden, to commercial ships that will be heading to Israel. Now, they say they have a concern for the safety of maritime navigation. That is great. And so they are therefore warning all ships and companies about this happening. So let's be clear, a couple of things. Number one, ships, when they sail through this region, will not have Haifa, Ashdod, or any other Israeli port as their destination port. They're all going to be going to Suez. So it's going to be hard for the Yemen to use their targeting skills to actually hit these vessels. However, one of the things that does happen is ships do publish their routes, and ships sail on scheduled routes. And there are shipping firms that have scheduled routes into Israel. And those vessels have the potential now to be targeted by the Yemen government. Now, many of these ships will fly flags of conveniences. These are open registries: Panama, Liberia, the Marshall Islands, Isle of Man, Cyprus, you name it. There's a ton of these out here, Bahamas. But they are initiating this as of 9 December 2023. So this is already in place, meaning that ships can be attacked at any moment going forward here. So the closing of this key strait, I will use my handy Lego.
It's a pretty cool globe.
Right here.
That's a really cool
Closing
globe.
of this area, my little red dot right here, demonstrates exactly why this is so key. If you shut this strait, if you close it, you are severing one of the major supply lines to and from the world. Just in case my globe is not enough of a visual aid for you, let's pull up our friends at Marine Traffic and look at this region. So this is the Red Sea, about 1,000 miles long, connects up here to the Gulf of Suez and eventually up here to the Mediterranean. You can see right here, there's the Suez Canal coming through. This is the Bab el-Mandeb, very narrow little strait between Yemen on the north side and Djibouti, Eritrea, and Somalia on the south side, and then here into the Gulf of Aden. The green dots here represent cargo ships, the red ones tankers, and you can see the mass volume of ships that come through.
Wow.
And remember, Yemen right now, which is Shia and backed by Iran, is in position to really control the northern half of this strait, very much in the same way that Iran controls the northern half of the Straits of Hormuz. Coming out of the Persian Gulf, which is a big cul-de-sac, is a good chunk of the world's oil. You can see all the red tankers coming out here. Well, the east-west trade between Europe and Asia is the largest trade route in the world today. And nearly all of it sails right here past the Bab el-Mandeb, heading up. Now, there are alternatives to it, but understand how expensive they are. If you look
Like
at
this guy.
blown up a little bit there, you'll see coming out of the Straits of Malacca right here that ships basically diverge into two major routes. One of them heading westward, heading toward the Gulf of Aden and the Bab el-Mandeb, toward the Suez Canal. The other one heading south. south here along the southern tip of Madagascar, around the southern tip of South Africa, the Cape of Good Hope, and then they diverge into three paths. One of them heads across to South America, to the River Plate and Brazil region. These are the big Cape ships that are hauling a lot of grain. Other ships heading here to the north coast.
Is that his stuff or mine?
And over to the Gulf of Mexico. These are large tankers and LNG carriers. And then another smaller group that heads up north along the west coast.
I think that's his video encoding.
We are seeing toward the Suez Canal. The other one, which is the
it's his.
line of Israel, have announced that they have diverted their vessels heading from Asia, heading into the Mediterranean. But that means circumnavigating Africa. And unlike what you see in flat maps, Africa is a big honking continent. Again, go get a globe, go look at Google Earth. You'll see how big Africa is. This is a voyage that's going to involve 10 to 14 extra days. And the issue here really isn't the cost, because you save money not having to go through the Suez Canal, but you add extra fuel. The issue here is you're adding so much extra time, almost a month round trip if you're heading from Asia. This is going to impact shipping immensely, because ships that may have been able to do 5 or 4 yearly round trips to Asia may now only be able to do 3 or 4 round trips to Asia. And that's going to impact costs. You're also going to see the increase of insurance rates in and around this region, because the fact that the Houthi do not know who they're attacking. And we know that because of the attack the other day on the ship, the Number 9. Number 9 is part of a fleet of OOCL. This is a subsidiary of the Chinese Overseas Shipping Corporation. That's the national shipping line of mainland China. The fact that the Houthi attacked OOCL tells you that they're using outdated information, because if you looked at some sites, that ship was listed as being part of ZIM. It's not part of ZIM.
The blue ones.
OOCL. And just to be clear, we're going to start talking about military interventions here. The one overseas base that the Chinese have is down here at Djibouti, where the 45th Escort Group of the PLAN, the People's Liberation Army's Navy, is based. So you're hearing a lot of discussion about what do we do to this? How do we fix this? And so this piece over in Defense News, an opinion piece, expand existing task force to protect the Red Sea from Houthi attack. If you watched this past week's What the Ship, I showed you an interview with Admiral Grady, who's the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who said that we should set up a combined task force of some kind to protect the Red Sea, much like
I agree. Yeah, I think so.
Well,
the U.S. Navy is going to have to get
Admiral, because we have one already set up for you.
involved.
Task Force 153 has been up and running for over a year now. So the Red Sea Maritime Security CTF 123 is one of 5 combined task forces that are operated by the U.S. Fifth Fleet out of Bahrain. The CTF's 153 mission is to focus on international maritime security and capacity building efforts in the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandab, and the Gulf of Aden, the very area we're talking about. CTF 153 was established on April 17, 2022. The task force includes as many as 15 U.S. and international military personnel from CTF member nations. When not at sea, CTF 153 personnel work ashore in Bahrain. They are based on Desron 50, Destroyer Squadron 50. The current commander of the unit is an American naval captain. They just had a transfer not too long ago. But we are starting to see that this is not just an American mission with the use of allied navies. This statement out of Paris talks about the fact that the Frem frigate Languedoc engaged and actually targeted and destroyed 2 Houthi drones that were sent to it. So for the first time here, we're seeing allied warships taking an active role. And I think the Europeans are going to be key here, because so much of this trade is heading up to and from Europe that you really need the Europeans involved. And, you know, the fact that the Europeans are finally getting engaged reminds me of one of the best holiday movies of all time. The fact that now we are seeing the Europeans involved in this. And let me be 100% clear. I don't want no discrepancy here. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Now, so far in the struggle, the U.S. Navy has been shouldering a lot of the burden here. We've seen attacks.
I thought they were spectacular. spectacular.
It's something that you really can't see anywhere else. This was absolutely phenomenal.
Invigorating. It was
executed by Burke-class destroyers, including USS Mason, USS Thomas Hudner, but probably the one destroyer that has really captured everything is the USS Carney. And this past weekend in the United States on Saturday was the Army-Navy game, which is a big, huge football event. And part of the kind of the uptick and kind of lead in to that event was a video that was produced by the USS Carney. Kind of, I'm not sure if it's in bad taste or not, but it is an interesting video that demonstrates what Carney has been doing in the area of the Red Sea and the Bab el-Mandab.
I'm the commanding officer of USS Carney, Commander Jeremy D. Robertson. Midshipman, are you ready to get in the fight?
So some great images here of the Carney in action. You may notice that when they're shooting the SM-2 Standard missiles on the bridge, the crew is shielding their heads down. That is being done so that when the SM-2s are launched, that the crews don't lose their night vision, their blindness. So they'll go ahead and close their eyes, put their hats down, covers down, so that they're not being blinded by the missile launch. But that video, which is, I don't think it's actually accurate at this point, because I think they've shot down more than 22 cruise missiles and drones at this point, kind of shows how the U.S. takes a view of some of this stuff. But I want to go back to a bigger issue, is whether or not the U.S. Navy should or should not be involved in an operation like this, because there's a lot of debate about this, because the ships that are being targeted are not U.S. vessels. And I think that's an important element here. So I posted this on Twitter. I will call it Twitter. I am not calling it the other thing. And one of my followers on Twitter gave me the link to this, which I thought was really important. I'd seen this before, but I hadn't thought about it in a while. This is Naval Warfare Publication 1-14M, the Commander's Handbook on the Law of Naval Operations. This is the March 2022 edition. And this is what governs U.S. ship operations out on the high sea. Now, there's no question that the U.S. will defend U.S. flag ships. There are U.S. flag ships going up and down the Red Sea on a daily basis. There's a couple of Maersk ships that are U.S. flag, part of the Maritime Security Program, just went through the Red Sea. There's a Ro-Ro about to go through. So there are American ships there, and definitely what you've seen in the past is the U.S. will come to aid of U.S. flag ships, principally when they have Tom Hanks on board. I mean, we have to save Tom Hanks. He's a national treasure. But the question becomes, do we come to the assistance of foreign flagships? Now, there's been a lot of talk about the fact, well, we did this in the 1980s with the tanker war. But let's be clear, for most of the 1980s, we didn't. It wasn't until 1987 when the Kuwaitis reflagged their tankers to U.S. flag. They initially actually said they were going to flag them to the Soviet Union, but we interceded and said, no, flag them to the U.S. And then we provided escort for them. During the Somali pirate incidents, while we did provide presence in and around the area, when ships were seized by the Somali pirates and brought into Somali waters, we didn't go get them unless they had an American on board, Captain Phillips, for example. And while we had patrols as part of an international organization to do that, we didn't act unilaterally in doing that. And we did not, again, come to the rescue of ships that had been grabbed and seized. And so while we save Captain Phillips, we don't go in and save other vessels. Section 3.10.2, protection of foreign flag vessels and aircraft and persons. International law embodied in the concept of collective self-defense provides authority for the use of proportionate force necessary for the protection of foreign flag vessels and aircraft and foreign nationals and their property from unlawful violence, including terrorist or piratical attacks at sea. Now, let's be clear, a couple of things here. Number one, the U.S. has not signed UNCLOS, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, 1982. That is what governs international law. Now, while the U.S. says they abide by UNCLOS, we haven't ratified it. Second, this is talking about attacks from unlawful violence, including
Evergreen.
piratical attacks. Is the Houthi a piratical or terrorist attack?
Yes.
While we don't recognize the government of the Houthis in Yemen, they are the government of Yemen right now. So they're not really piratical. I mean, it's not like a non-state player.
So I didn't realize that. I thought they was just...
Well, a lot of terrorists can be considered as terrorists. Our definition of terrorists have been basically Al-Qaeda and the like, and we remove the Houthi from the terrorist list. It goes on here. In such instances, consent of the flag state must first be obtained. So if we're going to come to the aid of a vessel, we have to get the approval of Liberia, the Marshall Islands, Panama, all these other states to be able to do it. Now, you can get blanket approval for this. What country would not want the U.S. Navy coming to their need and support? Which again raises the issue, then why are we defending other nations' flags? It really diminishes the reason to have a U.S. flag, because the U.S. Navy would defend that U.S. flag. It goes on here, unless prior arrangements are already in place for the necessary to act immediately to save human lives, does not permit obtaining such consent. So if it's an issue of saving lives, the U.S. Navy can commit immediately to do that. Should the attacks or other unlawful violence occur within or near internal waters, archipelagic waters, or territorial sea of a third state, or within or over the continuous zone or EEZ, the considerations of the earlier provisions would apply. U.S. commanders should consult their rules of engagement for specific guidance. So what does this mean? It means that if the U.S. to act unilaterally, we tend to act reactively, not proactively. So, you've heard a lot of issues here about, well, we should go in, use the Marines on the Bataan Amphibious Ready Group and the Eisenhower battle group that's up in the Persian Gulf, and strike the Houthi. Understand, striking the Houthi is an escalation at that point. You're start hitting the territorial land of Yemen at that point. We had U.S. destroyers that were targeted back in 2016. The Mason and Nitze were actually targeted by Houthi missiles and engaged them. And we did not react to those attacks at all. And those were anti-.
We should have took them out.
The question is, if all of a sudden we see attacks against U.S. ships, and the question here is, are the U.S. ships targeted, or are they getting in between ships that are targeted? That's a problem. What changed?
No, it's not a problem.
Is that
If they're shot in the direction, they take them out.
Have announced that they are impacting freedom of the seas. They are basically closing the area of the sea for ships heading to Israel. And that is a problem because they don't control this. It's not their seas to control. These are international waters. And a nation cannot arbitrarily close off the seas. Now, they're being selective in who they're targeting. Ships heading to and from Israel. But the problem is these are ships of other nations that are owned or flagged. And this could potentially impact commercial shipping. And I think you're about to see a response to this, and I just don't know what it's going to be. Because right now, the Biden administration has been very careful not to escalate the situation in this area. They haven't been retaliating. But if these attacks...
That's the problem.
...and start hitting vessels...
Show the strength.
...that are heading to Israel... And these are vessels that are owned or operated in allied nations or friendly nations, then you may see an escalation. I am a bit concerned if the Houthi all of a sudden attack another Chinese ship. Well, how do the Chinese react to this? Now, there could be Chinese backing of this. We don't know. We don't know who's exactly backing the Houthi. They're using weapon systems that are Iranian, but also some potentially Russian or Chinese. Does the Red Sea, Bab el-Mandeb, and Gulf of Aden become a proxy war in this larger struggle? I mean, we're already seeing fights in and around the Black Sea. I have a question about if we're going to go defend international shipping in this area, why are we not defending international shipping heading up to Ukraine? Same thing in the Straits of Hormuz. We just saw Chinese Coast Guard vessels attacking Filipino ships with water cannons, trying to resupply Filipino bases out in the South China Sea. There is a lot of escalation on the world's waters, and we need to be aware of that. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, and if you can, support the page. How do you support the page? Well, you can hit that super thanks button down below where you can contribute directly to the page, or head on over to Patreon and become a monthly and yearly subscriber. Until our next video or next attacks, this is Sal signing off.
Sal. That's a pretty good video. Y'all go and subscribe to him if you like it. I thought it was very informative, very interesting. The guy knows what he's talking about, you can tell. He probably lives in this scope. So Vivek is saying.
As the baseline, and then ask what's actually necessary. That's how we drive real change in this country. That's how you drain the swamp. That's how you tackle the national debt problem. What does it mean to be American? It means every citizen's voice and vote counts in our elections. That means we need elections that we can actually trust. Single day voting on election day as a national holiday with paper ballots, government-issued voter ID to match the voter file, and yes, English as the sole language that appears on a ballot. This isn't controversial, this is common sense.
Exactly.
These are not black ideas or white ideas. These aren't even Democrat ideas or Republican ideas. They're American ideas that we fought a revolution for. Common sense. You know what? You see those pamphlets hanging around that says common sense. Thomas Paine wrote Common Sense in 1776 to start the American Revolution. I'll write some common sense to start the revolution of 2024. That's how we're going to do this.
Right. This guy, he sounds just like Obama, but for Republicans.
Differences so much that we forgot all of the ways we are really just the same as Americans, bound by that common set of ideals. And I believe those ideals still exist. I am running for president to revive them. But here's how we're going to do it. We've lost that. Here's how it's going to happen.
What if Asmongold was a raid boss?
Oh boy.
We're far in the future now, and World of Warcraft is in crisis. The danger of not being able to produce new meaningful raid encounters looms on the horizon. Aware of this
I
threat,
think this has already
Blizzard
happened.
makes an unorthodox move.
Oh, you got a haircut.
Using lore characters as a
How old is this?
concept for raid encounters
2019.
outside the game for inspiration.
Oh, no.
In this video, I will tell you about, as well as how to defeat one of Blizzard's newest, most unconventional raid bosses in the game yet.
Okay.
Oh.
In a mysterious, neglected house within one of the many community environs of one of Battle for Azeroth's latest new zones.
Oh, it's my house,
called
right?
Austin, Texas, swirls a green portal which serves as an
Okay.
entrance to a yet unexplored raid instance.
Yeah?
Asmongold's Lair. Within this charnel dwelling resides a solitary raid boss, the raid's eponymous, the one and only
It's hilarious.
Asmongold. Asmongold's Lair is a one-boss raid instance which
Yeah?
players may choose to enter in 3 different
One
difficulty
boss
modes,
only.
normal, heroic, and mythic. Take note that this
Okay, turn off the video. Delete this shit. There's gonna be multiple difficulties for me as a raid boss. I don't want anyone killing me on normal mode, dude. Yeah, dude. Like, I mean, I don't want people killing me on normal mode. That's embarrassing, man.
It's hilarious. Hilarious.
Loser.
instance does not exist on Raid Finder difficulty,
Oh.
so don't even bother looking for it. in the
Okay,
Raid
you know what?
Finder
Never mind.
tab.
Never mind. This is good.
Upon entering the dungeon, the raid group will find themselves inside a derelict corridor.
Oh my
Their
God.
first order of business is to deal with a sizable group of ads that stand in the way.
What are the ads?
This swarm of skittering cockroaches thrives on neglected food and general lack of hygiene, so it's best to make sure that no one in the raid group
What the
wears
fuck?
anything that remotely represents filth, and also
Yeah?
not have any food consumables that have been kept
Oh
in
my
the player's
God.
inventory for longer than a week. Players who do not meet these conditions will become priority.
This is hilarious.
Cockroaches, regardless of threat generated.
Wow.
The raid must cut a path through the swarm of skittering cockroaches as fast as possible. This
That's-
is because once engaged
What,
in
they
combat,
respawn?
they will keep spawning repeatedly and in increasing numbers.
Okay.
So, if your damage is low, you're in
Okay.
danger of being overwhelmed.
You just knew it,
The
man.
corridor is
You
divided
just fucking
into
knew
2
it.
safe zones and 1 hazard zone. Entering the hazard zone triggers the cockroach
Oh, this
gauntlet,
is each one of
causing
my
the bots
rooms,
to
I
start
guess.
spawning repeatedly. This, however, stops happening when the whole
Yeah?
raid reaches the opposite safe zone at the end of the corridor.
Okay.
Therefore, the goal is to get there as soon as possible.
Okay.
On mythic difficulty, Entering a hazard zone also causes the queen to spawn. And so long as she is alive, cockroaches will continue to spawn regardless of where the players stand. So it is crucial that she is dealt with as soon as possible. The queen
Oh my
has a large
God.
health pool, and although the damage
Oh,
she deals
shit.
is small, she wields an aura that motivates other cockroaches around her to be more effective. Furthermore, her presence on the battlefield accelerates.
This is amazing.
Cockroaches spawn.
Wait, it's playing the
Once this part of
Naxxramas
the raid
Spiderwing
instinct
music.
is dealt with,
What the
players
fuck?
will find themselves climbing up a short, unkempt stairway, which leads directly to the eponymous room of the raid instance, where Asmongold himself lies in wait.
Yeah?
There are two core
This is really-
mechanics around which the boss fight
my God.
revolves. One, most of the encounter consists
Oh
of
my
avoiding
fucking
environmental
God, dude.
effects which cover the majority of the area.
Is that me looking at
Therefore,
Warcraft
proper
logs?
positioning and movement means everything. This is because the whole
my
place
fuck-
is a
this is
terrible mess
amazing.
riddled with piles of neglected fast food boxes that would make even a cleaning lady keel over. Players
Probably
who come
true.
out with a neglected fast
Yeah,
food
probably
box will
true.
receive a debuff called mold spores. This debuff can stack for each food box
Oh my
a player
fucking
walks
God.
through. Take note that a fast food box despawns.
I would have died in this raid so fast.
After,
It sure will.
I would have been standing in all the raid boxes or all the Chick-fil-A boxes.
Every day.
12 stacks of mold spores. They become gold for 30 seconds and slowly start walking
my
towards
God.
Asmongold. I will soon tell you why, so bear with me.
What is it, like an
On
empowering thing?
heroic mode, walking over a fast
Who gave it a down there, a down thumb?
cockroaches who cause a stackable infected bite with each attack.
Oh
This
my
deals a small amount of
God.
damage every second and increases
No,
nature damage
dude.
taken by 2% for 15 seconds. This is
No.
not dispellable, and therefore any cockroaches that spawn should be dealt with quickly before the debuff escalates.
I guess
On
so.
mythic mode, 6 rampant cockroaches spawn instead. The second core mechanic revolves around the fact that Asmongold actually shows the encounter
Holy
live
sh-
on his stream. Let me explain how this works.
Asmon.
There are 2 factors that a player
Oh
must
my
pay
God.
attention to.
Oh boy.
First, how many viewers are watching Asmongold? Second,
That's how many ads you're gonna have.
are with the quality of the stream. The
Not
amount of
at
viewers
all.
watching Asmongold is defined by a percentage value.
Okay.
In all difficulty modes, the fight starts off with 50% of viewer capacity.
Okay.
Asmongold is a neckbeard streamer, and therefore the amount of viewers he has at any time throughout the encounter
Right.
determines whether he is stronger or weaker. For every 1% of viewers above the 50% threshold,
Yeah.
Asmongold gains a 0.5% increased damage dealt, as well as a 0.5% reduced damage taken.
Okay.
However, below the 50%
That's right, guys,
threshold,
protect
the
me.
bonuses become inverse, meaning that for every 1% of viewers lost, Asmongold will deal a 0.5% less damage and take 0.5%
That's right.
more
People with
damage
low viewer
from
counts do
players.
less
The
damage.
key objective is to make sure
I
that
like
Asmongold
this.
drops down on viewers, ideally to 0. This
What?
is because at 0%, Asmongold becomes a dead streamer, which doubles the values of
Wait,
his neckbeard
whoa!
streamer status. So this means that he will ultimately deal 50% less damage and
What?
receive 50% more damage
No,
from
no.
players.
No, this is not.
This also
Dude,
applies
guys,
if
don't-
Asmongold
stop.
peaks to 100% viewer
Uh-oh.
capacity, and you don't want this to
Uh-oh.
happen. In this case, Asmongold becomes God of Twitch, which causes him to deal 50% more damage and receive 50% less damage. In the later phases
What
of
the
the encounter,
fuck,
this
dude?
is guaranteed to lead to a quick
Wow.
wipe. When the fight begins, players will see a power bar displayed
Yeah.
on their screens, which shows how many viewers are
This is in depth.
Pay attention to the power bar.
This guy really thought about this.
The mechanic that determines whether Asmongold gains or loses viewers is built around the entertainment factor. In other words, how happy are the viewers? This is displayed on a second power bar next
What
to the
the
number of viewers bar. There are a total of 5 states that Asmongold's viewers can be in: ecstatic, happy, neutral, unhappy, or angry.
Angry, yeah.
If the viewers are ecstatic, the viewer number
Okay,
grows by
this is wrong because the angry number of people watching now decreases by 2%. That's not true. If they're mad, they keep watching.
They just bitch at you.
Like if they're the madder they are, the longer they watch.
2% every 9 seconds. If they're happy, the viewers grow by 1%
Yeah.
every 9 seconds. At neutral, nothing happens.
Neutral, they
Unhappy,
leave 'cause they're
the viewer
bored.
number decreases by 1% every 9 seconds, and if they're pissed
Yeah.
off, the viewer number decreases by 2% every 9 seconds.
It's a lot.
The objective is simple. Bring
That's
the
a lot.
entertainment factor as low as possible. Prevent it
Hey,
from
what-
going above neutral. Do this to slowly,
shit.
but surely, bring down the number of
This
people
is how to kill my
watching
stream.
Asmongold's stream. This will render him increasingly vulnerable and help make the fight easier
What
in general.
the fuck?
There are several ways how the entertainment factor is influenced, and I will touch on those as I go through the
Okay.
details of the encounter. So
Okay.
make sure to pay attention to the video. Lastly, there are 2 important things about Asmongold that should be taken into consideration.
And those are?
Throughout the entirety of the encounter, Asmongold is a slayer of furries. This means that every source of damage that players can suffer is quadrupled on players that are either Vorgan, Volpera, or Pandaren. So
Okay,
if
you
you're
know what? I
thinking
like
of bringing
this.
in players who are either
I like
one of
this.
the 3 races, then
This
you
is
should
more
probably
complicated
think
than
twice
Mythic
before
Ashara.
inviting them, if you want to invite them at all.
Yeah.
On heroic
Don't
difficulty,
invite them.
Asmongold is a slayer of furries as well as weebs. This is the same as a slayer of furries on normal mode, but
Yeah.
in the event that someone in the group mentions
Talks about
anything
Naruto,
that is
they're dead.
even remotely related to anime, you get one-shotted. On
That's
mythic
right.
difficulty, this passive ability
This is very
changes a
accurate,
little
actually.
bit. This means that if a Worgen, Volpera, or a Pandaren character is present in the raid
Yeah.
group, Asmongold starts the fight with a 99% reduced enrage timer, causing him to, well, enrage immediately upon the pool, and that's a downright wipe. Players who decide to watch anime while doing this raid on mythic difficulty immediately get booted out and get banned from entering Asmongold's lair for 6 months.
That's it?
The encounter consists
Wow.
of 3 phases, with 2 intermission phases in
Holy
between.
shit.
Phase 1 begins immediately upon pulling the boss. Now begins the fight.
What the fuck?
The fight starts off with Asmongold
Okay.
announcing his entry into the arena.
Alright.
This causes a temporary spike in
Okay.
the chat's entertainment factor, throwing
Yeah.
them into the ecstatic state as the
Uh-oh.
chat becomes proliferated
Uh-oh.
with the tidal
Uh-oh.
wave of
Oh,
pogs
uh-oh.
and pog chams and whatever else is the
They're
trend.
excited
And
now.
Because of this, players must act with precision to bring the entertainment factor down as quickly as possible.
This is what they
First
do.
of all, Asmongold is not stupid, and he is aware that focusing on the tanks is an idiot strategy. So,
He
would rather
only
go
kills
for
Are they playing down here?
Fortunately, the video game environment prevents him from cognitively acting that way, so, like most other raid bosses, he becomes a nice victim to World of Warcraft's programming code, and focuses his attacks on a target with the highest threat instead. Alas, Asmongold is heavily
Suecos.
invested in the whole
Yeah,
idea
Suecos.
of being a mighty warrior, so you'd think his auto attacks would deal a lot of damage. Well, the
That's
thing
true.
is, well, he doesn't really pack the muscular density necessary to deal a lot of physical damage, so tanks and healers can rest easy. He doesn't do a lot of damage. He will, however, and quite often I should say,
Okay,
throw
okay,
scrunched
dude.
up papers
Okay,
at his
dude.
current target. This one deals physical damage and it hurts
Scrunched
a
up
lot.
paper.
Don't ask me why. It just does. Simply
Wait, that
avoid the
hurts more
direction
than
in which
me?
he throws
Wow.
them, and we're good. Tanks, you don't want to aim these papers towards the rest of the group. Also, make sure that Asmongold does not face the wall if you're tanking him close to
Was
it.
it gonna
The
bounce
scrunched up
off?
papers can ricochet off the wall, and
Yep.
it's guaranteed to hit Asmongold right in the face. Yes, this will disorient him a little bit for 2 seconds, but it has a tremendously positive impact on the entertainment factor, which ends up boosting the stream quality, and more viewers will rush in to watch, which results in Asmongold growing more powerful.
That's
Asmongold
actually
also
true.
keeps the tanks busy with an ability
Wow.
called Check Chat
I
Logs.
haven't read anybody's logs all day, dude. It's been a while. This is some new content.
A spell that is channeled for 12 seconds, and at the end of its duration, he
Yep.
inspects the chat logs of his current target,
Uh-oh.
finds out that he or she is an absolute spurg, and banishes the player permanently from the encounter. This has a positive impact
I
on
do
the
that every
entertainment
day.
Factor.
Yes, I do
Not
that every fucking
good.
day.
Taunting Asmongold resets the channel time of his ability. So, tanks, you gotta make sure that you're always paying attention and cycle through taunts on time.
Oh
Be
my
aware that
God.
Asmongold has poor hygiene.
I do not smell bad at all.
This means that every 1 second, Asmongold pulses with a pungent nova
No,
and
no,
a
no, come on.
40-yard radius. When a player is hit 3 times by this, a stack of mold spores is applied to them. If not
Wow.
enough players are affected by the nova after the 3rd pulse, a large immobile ooze spawns. This neckbeard ooze radiates an
Oh my
unavoidable raid-wide
Oh my
nova
fucking
every
God,
3
dude.
seconds that applies a stack of mold spores.
That's a lot
Killing
to
the
deal with.
ooze will leave behind a toxic pool at its location.
That's a lot.
Players who
This thing just keeps going and going.
1.5 seconds becomes mind controlled for 30 seconds as if they had 12 stacks of mold spores.
That's a lot of
Now, I
spores.
have mentioned the mind control before, so what does a mind controlled player do then? Well, you see, Asmongold has a secret aura about him called I don't make gold, gold makes me. What every mind controlled player becomes inexorably drawn towards Asmongold, forcing them to slowly walk towards him. Once they get within melee range of the boss, a trade window will pop up and the mind controlled player begins to funnel his gold straight into Asmongold's pocket. In the event that a player becomes mind control, the best course of action is to rely on crowd control abilities, and as sure as hell, make sure that they are not
Wait,
near
what do
the
you mean?
boss,
No,
or else
you
they
want
start
me to trade
losing
me the
their
gold.
hard-earned cash. On heroic mode,
No.
poor hygiene is replaced by 14 days later, same shirt.
I do not smell bad.
This means that instead of applying mold spores every 3rd pulse, the
It's
debuff
only
is
been a
applied
week,
every
guys. I'm halfway
2nd
there.
pulse instead. Throughout
Okay.
phase 1, Asmongold will periodically perform an armory check on 3 players of the raid,
Yeah, let's check his armor. That's a good idea.
with the exception of the
Okay.
tanks. Now in this case, 2 things can happen. If the item level of the inspected player is lower than the item level of Asmongold's loot table, they will receive a humiliation debuff for 30 seconds, which reduces the player's damage dealt based on the percentage value of how many people...
Holy shit, this is
This is because
Oh
the
my
humiliated
God.
player also gets roasted by
3 more
Asmongold,
minutes?
and the
Fucking
chat
God,
loves
dude.
that.
What the fuck is wrong with you? How are you this bad at the fucking game? This is embarrassing.
funny.
Shit, this is terrible.
So make sure your item levels
Wow,
are
okay.
adequate for the fight, please. If their item
Yeah,
level
this is
equal
brilliant.
to or higher than that of Asmongold's loot table, he will proceed to slowly walk towards one of them with gradually increasing movement speed in an attempt to seize their highest item level weapon, whether they have it equipped or in their bags.
Wait, yeah.
Players must stay
Oh
on
my
alert
God.
when this happens. Here's why. During Can I Get
Oh
That?
my God.
A random neglected fast food box will start
Uh-oh.
glowing with a golden light, which signifies that instead of leftover food, it actually contains a fresh supply of Wendy's spicy nuggets. Players must quickly act and navigate through the labyrinth of fast food boxes and acquire
To get the
Once
nuggets?
they've taken possession of them, they must quickly run and place it in
Oh
front of
my
Asmongold
God,
or
dude.
in Asmongold's path. This will cause
What,
him
to
to become
distract
distracted
me?
for 10 seconds, putting an end to his attempt at stealing the player's precious loot.
Yeah.
And what if the raid fails to stop him? Well,
my
what
fucking
happens depends
God.
on which item type Asmongold commandeers.
Yep. Wow. That's a big boy.
If it's a dagger or fist weapon, he gets a 30% attack speed increase.
Yeah.
If it's a sword, he gets 20% increased damage. Polearm, 15% attack speed and 15% damage dealt. Bows, crossbows, guns, they turn Asmongold's auto attack into ranged. Maces cause Asmongold's every 4th attack to stun his target for 3 seconds. With an axe,
just like Storm
Asmongold will
Herald.
cast Execute every 10 seconds, dealing 40% of his current target's maximum health. The staff
There
is a
it
bit
is.
special. Asmongold will use the high amount of intellect stored within the weapon to cure his verbal dyslexia. As a matter of fact, the chat loves it when Asmongold screws up spelling a word correctly.
Like, I cannot spell.
So him
Yep.
equipping a staff actually ends up affecting the entertainment factor negatively, so you can use this to your advantage. Sometimes, Asmongold will do something rather unorthodox.
Okay.
Excited by the thrill of battle, Asmongold will not be able to resist but think back to the good old days when he played outside in the streets in the evening, role-playing as certain top characters from World of Warcraft. So, he takes
There
hold
it
of
is.
his long, thick traffic cone that he found on the side of some construction site many years ago. Starts pretending that he is Lord Marrowgar
What?
and, with the cone held out, starts
Did that really happen?
towards a random target.
Oh, you guys haven't seen this before. Oh, 1 second. Strat Asmongold. Oh, look at this. I'm gonna show you guys. So you know what this is?
This is the beginning and the end.
That's me, by the way.
Not me into the master sector.
Upload 2010. That's my friend Austin. Here we go. Watch this.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
I can't believe he thought of this. That's me. Yeah.
What the hell are they doing? Oh, live action strat.
I've worked with some of the largest retailers.
No.
We think we have it figured out, but Shopify really does.
That was before like TikTok was around.
We used to really put out some serious great content. We put out some real fucking good, some good shit. Okay, let's say that. We put up some real good shit. Okay.
The job is simple. Avoid his AoE.
Yeah?
Be very careful when this happens, however, as Asmongold can topple over a fast food box if he collides with one while spinning. At the end of Bone Storm, the boss starts feeling dizzy, and the self-inflicted vertigo causes him to clumsily plummet to the ground, toppling over any fast food box within the point of impact.
Yeah?
So make sure that you're keeping him a safe distance away from fast food boxes in general. This is your opportunity to negatively impact the entertainment factor. Here's how. Shortly before Asmongold falls, one player can stand between the boss and his webcam, blocking the view. Chat's gonna be on the edge of their seats, wanting to see Asmongold trip over, but you prevent them from seeing this and they get pissed. Keep this in mind. By the way, don't, and I mean it, don't even think about tanking Asmongold close or within the perimeter of his computer. This particular area is marked as a biohazard zone. Stand in it and you will lose 10% HP every 1 second, in addition to not being able to use any ability whatsoever. And last thing, and be very careful.
It's not that bad.
The execute machine. Healers must keep everyone above 20% health at all times.
Execute
throughout
machine.
Phases 1, 2, and 3. No
The
joke,
execute
dude. He starts
machine.
looking for people at 20% at all times. You see someone at 20% HP, well,
Okay,
you know what's
dude.
gonna happen. We all saw it.
Okay.
Upon dropping Asmongold to 70% of his maximum HP,
Yeah?
the first intermission phase begins.
I had to take a piss. I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss. Just give me a second.
Asmongold retreats to his computer, barricading himself behind an impassable barrier which consists of a large collection of fast food boxes.
Yeah? Well, actually...
Once Asmongold parks at his computer, he begins to entertain Twitch chat by reacting to videos. The goal is to shatter the barrier as quickly as possible and stop Asmongold from successfully reacting to a video, otherwise the entertainment factor gets boosted. On heroic difficulty, attacking the barrier also causes collateral splatter, which causes portion of liquid mold and Dr. Pepper leftovers to leak onto the ground, dealing dangerous amounts of major damage to players standing in the point of impact. Please avoid. Thank you.
Nasty.
Knowing that it is essential for Asmongold to fully react to a video because their real life income depends on it. 3 ads rush into the battlefields to make sure that this comes to pass. Players must deal with these YouTube highlighters. It is important that you do so because for every 1% of health that the barrier is missing, the ads receive a boost to their attack speed by 3%. Should players fail to stop Asmongold on time, the ads will hastily upload a highlight on YouTube, which boosts Asmongold's viewer amount by 20% from each individual highlight uploaded. This means that if all 3 highlighters are alive at the time of an upload, Asmongold will receive a 60% boost to his number of viewers.
Wow.
On Mythic difficulty, these ads do not spawn. Instead, a single powerful entity
Is this
appears.
Cat Danny?
His abilities are the same as that of his predecessors, with 3 exceptions.
Oh
Immediate
my
cross damage is 1. The second is that the
I
ad
knew it,
applies a
dude.
stacking bleed
I
debuff
fucking
with
knew
each
it.
auto attack, which grows in power exponentially.
Wow.
Tank
Who's Cat Danny?
there. And lastly, instead of adding 20% to the viewer population with an uploaded video highlight, it attracts 50% instead.
Wow.
As
That's
soon
a
as
lot.
the barrier is destroyed, players must interrupt Asmongold's YouTube video reaction immediately.
No. No.
This triggers Phase 2. In this part of the encounter, Asmongold inherits all of his abilities from Phase 1. Knowing that the stability and quality of the stream is in danger, a powerful ad rushes to Asmongold's aid to instill order.
You know who
responsible mod. What does this mean? If the entertainment factor is at either unhappy
Oh
or
my
angry,
God.
the ad will attempt to perform a ban hammer, which improves the entertainment factor of the stream by 1 level. This particular ability is used quite often should the stream be in jeopardy. Players must correctly cycle through interrupts to make sure that the ban hammer does not go through. However, this is not without consequences.
What the fuck is
Successfully
this,
interrupting
dude?
a ban hammer causes the ad to earn this buff. This causes the ad to
Fuck
focus his
you.
next 5
That's
attacks
about right,
on the
dude.
interrupting target with 200 increased attack speed. Tanks must taunt the ad quickly before this flurry of attacks is fully unleashed, as it is likely to put a quick end to any non-tank target.
It's not good.
Sometimes throughout phase 2, the ad will perform a volcanic moderation. This is an ability with a 15 seconds cast time and cannot be interrupted. If this
That's
cast
about how long
turns
it
out
takes,
to be
yeah.
successful, everyone in the group gets banned, resulting in an immediate wipe.
We've had that happen
In this
before.
situation, one player
Yeah,
must
that happens
quickly
a lot.
gain access to Asmongold's PC and acquire footage capturing this particular historic moment. The player wielding the footage then must rush in front of the ad.
Oh my god.
The spell becomes interrupted.
Oh my.
However, this causes the ads to enter a state of uncontrollable rage and lash out with a rapid flurry of lethal sonic waves aimed towards the location of random players. At all costs, no player can stand within the AoE radius of this spell, as it deals a tremendous amount of damage.
God, dude.
Because the encounter has
Oh
been
my
going on for some
fucking
time,
God.
Asmongold will announce that he has to retire to the bathroom for a short time, causing him to disappear for 20 seconds.
I'm gonna take a piss. Sorry, guys.
Throughout
I
this
just did
moment,
that.
McConnell Red will begin casting several Twitch primes in a series, which courses the chat to subscribe and overall improve the entertainment factor of the stream.
One Twitch.
Just like with the ban hammer, the raid must cycle through interrupts
This
to
is
make
so
sure
ridiculous.
that this does not come to pass.
This is actually real.
Any player that gets interrupted is sent
This is
flying
actually
away.
real. What the fuck?
Should this player collide with another player, the player affected by Haymaker is stopped, and both end up suffering a medium amount of damage, as well as having to sit through an 8-second stun. It is very essential that players catch other players, as there is the potential player of landing on top of a neglected fast food box.
What's the loot?
On Mythic mode, stopping another
I wanna know
player
what the
causes
loot
the
is.
rescuer to take 800% increased damage from future Haymakers.
Oh shit.
Once Asmongold is brought all the way to 30% of his HP, the second intermission phase begins.
Okay. Sorry.
Players will have 15 seconds to assume position within the boss encounter area quickly and make sure that everyone stands at least 8 yards
walk
apart
back.
from one another so they can
Okay.
easily be seen on the stream. If the players succeed at taking position on time, the entertainment factor decreases. After the 15 seconds pass, all players become immobile, and Asmongold takes center stage, announcing the beginning of the Mount Off Challenge. Asmongold then gets on a mount, starting off with mounts that are easily obtainable.
Anybody has this Ironbound Proto Drake.
All players must
Very
be on
easy
the
to get.
same
Very
mount
easy to
within a
get.
span of 6 seconds.
Oh come on, dude! Come on, get on a better mount. I would get mad when people get on shitty mounts. Like actually, I would get mad. Let's go.
Oh, and don't even think of using store mounts. Soon after,
That's right.
Asmongold
You're kicked
starts
out of the
selecting
fucking
mounts
group.
from a variety of those that are rare to obtain,
Get on the Rat Stallion.
with the final mount guaranteed to be extra rare.
They'll steal an I would. Oh shit.
The difficulty scale is different depending on whether
Oh,
players
shit.
have engaged
Okay.
Asmongold on normal, heroic, or mythic difficulty. I have explained the normal difficulty version.
That's a lot of
It's
them.
like this. On heroic difficulty, Asmongold starts mounting up on rarer mounts much sooner, and on mythic difficulty, Asmongold prioritizes only extra rare mounts.
That's
Furthermore, the time window within which players have the opportunity to get on
That's
a mount
right,
is
dude.
also much
A
shorter
heroic
depending
mount
on
off.
the difficulty. On normal mode,
We
players
did that,
have
actually.
6 seconds to react. On heroic, 5 seconds. Mythic, 4 seconds.
Oh,
In
shit.
total, Asmongold will cycle through 10 mounts, so please make sure that everyone in the raid has a wide arsenal of mounts, as it is essential towards completing this one phase.
Yeah, you're not
if a
gonna
player
win.
gets on the wrong mount, they get executed, resulting
They're
in
fucking
instant
done.
death. If a player gets on the wrong mount and attempts to vanish from the fight, be it by use of vanish or any other means of invisibility, the player also dies. And with the addition of the entertainment factor being improved, as the viewers thrive on the misfortune of cowards. After passing through the mount off phase, phase 3 begins.
about accurate.
the last phase.
Okay.
Desperate, knowing that his stream is in danger as well as his life, Asmongold becomes extremely furious, especially after seeing his good buddy bail. Yes, the ad from Phase 2 disappears.
Fuck you, bitch.
Are you fucking serious, dude? What?
All of Asmongold's
He did-
abilities carry
Wow,
over
I'm-
to
I'm
this
getting-
phase, with the exception of
What?
the armory check and
No!
chat logs. With his rage now way over the charts, Asmongold's skinny body achieves newfound strength.
What?
Choking the life out of all players who have equipped on them at least one piece of a Titan forged item.
Oh my. There we go. Yes. Yes. This is fucking brutal.
Furthermore, his attack speed is increased by 30% and his damage is increased by 40%. Asmongold will periodically headbutt his current target using the destructive strength achieved after years of
Asmon,
hardening his
smash!
cranium against his table
Oh,
to
no!
split
In his hand.
the air beneath him with seismic force.
He does this all the time.
Fucking God.
This causes intense compression waves to travel
Shit.
through the ground towards all players who are
Oh,
close to the
shit.
point of impact. Players should be careful and steer
I like how he just looks behind him to make sure nothing's coming to get him.
fast food boxes
This is
within
fucking
the
ridiculous,
impact
dude.
radius. Each subsequent smash
This
doubles
is
the
so
bonuses
fucking
gained
ridiculous.
from molding. Eventually, it will grow so high that
Yeah.
it becomes unbearable for both the tanks and the healers.
Supreme
To
molding.
manage this, players gain access to the window in Asmongold's room. This window can only
that
be
one right
used
there.
a total of 2 times.
Uh-huh.
Players may click on it to let daylight through, causing the boss to become heavily disorientated for 5 seconds and cleansing him of all extra stacks of molding. Phase 3 must be
Oh my
finished as
God.
fast as possible before Asmongold's
This is
room is torn
this is
asunder,
ridiculous.
leaving no space to stand on. When the boss reaches 10% HP, the
Yeah?
situation escalates as a last desperate call for survival in the form of reinforcements arrive.
Uh-oh.
Most of Asmongold's buddies arrive on their World of Warcraft
It's
main
Esmond,
characters
Rich
and rally
Campbell,
to
Annie
save the
Fuchsia,
stream, as well as
Pyromancer,
their
Mikkel
friend.
Reeve.
This applies a pseudo PvP mechanic to the encounters, as the ads are copies of the
Wow.
characters played by their respective personalities, controlled by a somewhat sophisticated AI. These must be dealt with through expert coordination whilst keeping the
What
boss
the
in
fuck,
mind.
dude?
Now, it's only a question
This
of how
fucking
well you
video
will
had worked, dude.
perform
Thank you,
and
man.
maneuver around everything that is going on.
Thank
in the
you so
fight.
much, man.
And that's it. Congratulations, you have defeated Asmongold. Enjoy the loot.
What's the loot? Hang on.
Magic.
Coat of Arms, Magic, the Gathering card. Binds when picked. Oh, tall. Traffic cone. Oh, binds when picked up. 2-hand. 404.3 damage per second. Oh, make Azure great again hat. It's funny.
The gathering card. Tall traffic cone. Wait, I want to go back and read this. Make Azeroth great again hat. Equip. Prevents items that you loot from Titan forging. Equip. Attack all nearby enemies for 9 seconds, causing weapon damage plus an additional 5 every 3 seconds. So Ravager. Unused 2-in-1 shampoo bottle. Murloc costume. Frame picture of Alex Jones. Wait, what's the green text here? What's the green text here? I gotta see it. Equip increases your national pride. Congealed neckbeard sweat in a bottle. Yeah, we're one-upping Belle Delphine here. Use open bottle to summon a stationary neckbeard ooze, which deals 9,000 nature damage every 3 seconds in a 15-yard radius. Asmongold's unstable webcam.
It's pretty stable, isn't it?
Record yourself on your adventures. Has a chance to randomly turn off. Can of Dr. Pepper. Increases your haste by 550 for 10 seconds. Oh my god. Asmongold snack box. Take a large bite of something highly caloric increasing your haste by 3,000 for 15 seconds. Using this trinket has a chance of infecting the user with potent rot, which deals 5% maximum health and damage every second for 16 seconds. Layer Cockroach teaches you how to summon this companion. Rains of pink sparkle. I should not awake. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Thanks for watching. Would you like to see more of these videos?
Yes.
Did you like it? Did you not like it? Tell me in the comments down below. Watch me on Twitch if you want to see more of
That was pretty good. All right, I want to see this one last video over here that
Immediately hit pause on severe oral pain.
I saw just to see, and then we're gonna play.
Smile easily.
He shits himself. I don't think we need... Can we even watch this? I mean, it was 5 days ago. There's no way we can't, right? So, you clearly know what's...
He is so fat.
We have, obviously, probably the best player in classic World of Warcraft right here. And he's fighting this monster. It's obvious what's happening. There's not a lot of noise on the screen. And he died. It's obvious that he died. Yeah, it's a LeBron of WoW, apparently. And looks like the guy might have shit himself over that. And it's like, think about the game, the narrative that creates, right? It's obvious that he died.
More than that happened, buddy.
Wow, apparently.
Buddy, more than that happens.
Looks like the guy might have shit himself over that.
Yeah,
And it's like,
a
think
little
about
bit.
the game, the narrative that creates, right? Do we have another good one?
All right, I think that is time. And we are going to go into Classic. We're going to go into Season of Discovery. Let me update the stream information. It's gaming. It's World of Warcraft. Craft. And update all the streams. And it is updated. We're going to go in here first. Let me go into Curse Forged. I wanted to get so there's Grid, but there was another one that somebody So let's do this one. Let's do Little Wigs. Why is it not scrolling? Oh, I'm not on browse. There's Little Wigs. Install that. Pawn. That's what. Oh yeah. Okay. No browse. What is this? A priority helper? So what does it do? So it's telling you what you should. So what does it do? It looks like it's probably gonna tell me what's coming next or something like that. World Quest Tracker. Oh, that's cool. Alright. I don't want threat plates. Bummer. That was it. Wait. Not really sure what that's supposed to be doing. What's the point? I'm not sure what I'm looking at. Alright. What's immersion? Yeah. Let's see some screenshots of this one. Let me see what I looked at on YouTube. Let me go to channel history. Shadowed unit frames. I saw that one earlier. Was one of them. Just makes them look better. We're gonna get it. This one, did they put it in this thing? Oh yeah, they did. All right, so we have. Oh, that's there. Okay. Let's see. What is Silver Dragon? Wait. It didn't pop anything up as Silver Dragon. Pull it over here so you guys can see too, if anybody joins. So it's just a rare scanner. What does it really do? Oh. Let's go ahead and get that in. That sounds pretty cool. It sounds kind of like that. Not sure why. Okay. The other one. Talent loadout X. Oh, nice. That was out. Okay. That way I can save a talent. I don't have to go back and click them every time. Okay. I think. All right. So we'll go back here to my to update all these. Okay. Let's go back to classic. Let's update all these. Now that I know anything else, do I want? Still don't understand this one. How? Before? No. It's after. What's the difference? So this one. Okay. 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 Wait. It's basically nothing. Come on, guys. So we really Okay, in between these trees right here. Oh, come on. I ain't worried about all that. All right. I think it's good for right now. Go ahead and just update all these. All right. Now let's go into the game. Over 24 minutes and then we finally get into the game. It's a little bit different. Big Wig's Classic add-on is missing. Okay. Here we go. Where's it at? Little Wigs, Big Wigs should be up here. Okay. Should be good now. Nice, actually. Where am I at? I am in Elwyn. Okay. Strange. Right. Let's try this. Profile. Right, we're going to start with that.
What can I do for you? I need to get closer. I don't have a target.
Let's do it like this then. We'll go to options, add-ons, plater. So general settings. Show enemy nameplates on. Oh, this is if they're stacked. Okay, so health bar texture. Shit. Yes. Anyway, I'm not gonna mess up too much of that. Transparency is used for units out of your range. Focus target alpha. Indicators. Buff settings. I don't know. Get out of that. Killbot. Wow. So I won't. So Pulse. Oh, button 4. Here we go. Button 4. What? How did I get to the spells, though? You know, I need to bring it up. There we go. All right. Um, um, Last shield, renew, heal. Really, I guess it will be. Um, I ain't got that on my freaking bar, right? I really kind of think I need to just do Penance. All right. Rides. Spells. We'll go there next. Okay. We'll see how it works with just the healing first. Okay. Rolls. Cancel. So tanks, I want to be blue. Healers, I want to be green. And damage, more of a reddish color. Okay. That's fine. I wouldn't have seen how that works. Maybe I'll use it later. Notify what? Oh. Yeah, I don't think it matters necessarily. We'll start there and see. Let's say 15% right now. That's these. Hill groups. So yeah, me, main tanks, healers. This is getting deep. see how that works. Let's look at debuffs. And dispel magic. The cure spell cooldown is greater than 2 seconds. Okay. So I'm basically programming my guy to heal. Okay. Huh. Let's see. All right, let's just reload the UI now. We changed all that stuff. Now let's see. Now let's see if we can heal better.
I need to target something first. I need a target.
Why it didn't work? Um. Okay. I don't know why it didn't stop. Oh, it's supposed to be 6.
To target some.
Oh, I don't have Panacea anymore. But why didn't it? Why is it not buffing me? Because I'm not in a party. Buffs. Wait. Well, what am I missing? The reason it's white. That's how the general buff color is used. Note, adaptive applies to the following: name, auxiliary bar, health auxiliary bar, background border. When using background bar or background border, ensure that this is enabled on the color adaptive tab. So why does it not change my color? Frames? Okay. Oh, Oh man, man, man. Why is that not changing colors? That's what I'm not getting. Rolls. Okay. Okay. So frame 1. Kill groups. Okay. And this just moves those up and down. Nice. This is a really good program. Okay, so that's the header bar color, which is fine. Where does it show up at? Okay. So we don't really have to have that yet, but we could, if that's a frame, have like... Okay. So this... We'll say medium for now. We'll just let them. I'm not sure why it's not casting them. Or why it's not changing that to be a different color. I mean, so there's really no difference there. So what causes the general and custom buffs? Wait a minute. This one. I'm just confused on why it stayed white. I'm not sure. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Let's see. I'm gonna look it up. See here. Left click renew, right click penance. And heal. Yeah, this is what I don't understand. Why can't I get it to auto heal me? Please meter the current damage that is being taken by each player in your group and how long before they will die at the current rate. Customizing healbot continued. I really. The buff section has setting for how buffs are displayed on health bots unit frames. At the top of this section, a few options that appear on every page. Monitor buffs. Buffs is monitored and disabled. Also, in combat, only in a group raid. Okay. To select a buff to monitor and automatically cast when it's missing. See, that's what's not happening. Wait, what's test? So does that mean that wait, it does change color. It's missing that. So what I need to do then is find out priest. Okay, that's why. Because we're not roles yet. Because so green and blue. Make that color. No.
That spell isn't ready yet.
A warrior needs to be a blue one also. Okay. Um. So I still didn't get penance in there. Why can I not get penance to stay there? There you go. Well, why can't it open now? Why does it close that every time? What the hell? Where is these frames at? Let's see. Frames. Here it is. Okay, I think that's about how I want it. I just now need to figure out why the buffs are not auto. Let's see. So wait a minute. My healbot keeps using Detox and Life Cocoon on me no matter who I cast a spell on originally. It's only happened on 2 characters, so it's either a bug with the add-on or it's a setting. And then what am I missing? Okay, let's see. When this is enabled, friendly target spells that you cast while you have non-friendly target or no aggro will automatically be self-cast. Let's turn the test off. Why is that so? Back over here. Um, really? So that's what it was. So I'm considered in a group for some reason. And then frames. All right. So, bar colors. Let's get a darker green, maybe. This thing. No. Frames again. I need them to be. I'm thinking it's because I'm not in combat, maybe. Man, what do I need? It has to be the visibility, but Hmm. Um, Let me just see if I attack something, does it get better? Oh yeah, it does. Right. Let me go. Nice. So I got this now. So, Circle of Healing goes on my hands, which is going to be going to take over my penance. We'll do it first just to see what it looks like. 22 armor. Screw that. Nice. That's my AoE spell. Oh, man. Oh, I'm tired. So I want to put penance back on, but I think your mom will be on the way home soon. All right, I'm back. All right, so I think I will. Let me just look real quick if I have any more add-ons I want to mess with on this one. I'd really like to check. No, that's fine. me go back to the. I'm gonna head back to the inn here. I kind of got what I wanted, honestly. So I'm gonna head over to retail and set up my stuff, I think. I didn't bring my headphone things. Let's see what. Has Mason got up yet? I did. Okay. All right. You go outside? Outside? I'll do that at the beginning and then by the game. Go ahead and change my battery on my headset before I get started again. Like this. This one in there. All right, we are back in business. Okay.
Good day to you. Safe travels.
let's go to we're gonna head on over. What's needs updated on this already? Let's go over to retail. Change the stream information. Wish it'd tell me what's out of date, but did it go to get Hillbot from Curse Forged? The original healing add-on that keeps on giving more. Customize and style your own unit frames. And then wait. Let's go back and come back in because it doesn't seem to have the Hillbot one on there. There it is. Okay. Now that I know how it works, it shouldn't be that difficult to set it up. And I can set it up just for a party at the beginning. The Emerald Dream. Let's see, options, add-ons. First, let's go to must have its own. All right, so let's just go through here real quick. Like, there we go. So I need to go into it with like VT, I think, not. So from healing, we got Flash Heal, we have Renew. See, I need Shield. It's gonna be 6. Actually, what I'm gonna end up having to do is change it to like what it needs to be like. But no, that's usually 6, so that's not okay. And then, so I have Flash Heal, Renew. controls. Um, so it's basically just saying don't. Okay. So we was here. We had 6. Prayer of mending's going to be. I really want it to be. I really think it should be 5. I need to move that here. Oh wait, it's going to be the middle mouse button. That's one. Okay. So if that's the case, then. While falling from a high location, your Dragon Isle's Drake extends its wings to propel you both forward. So we'll leave that right there for now. Now I need to go down here, maybe 2 frames. Let's go to colors. Image. There's priest. I don't like priest color. It needs to be green. I'll leave all the other ones the same for now. Okay. Top left. Vertical, then horizontal. And hill groups. I'm actually going to take that off and let's just see what it looks like first. This is fine. This is fine. I'll increase it later, but okay, debuffs. When selecting a spell or item, note debuffs displayed will only be those that the spell or item can remove. don't have like a cure disease or anything like that. Right now we have none for that, so buffs. Power word fortitude. Raid. 3. Self. That's it for now. Levitate does what? I wonder how you it's not silver thing, it's the hey, let's see how to open shadow unit frames. Shadow unit frames settings. Um how do you go to the settings though? I'm going to remove it for now. How do you get to the...
What's up, everybody? I'm Lockouts, and in this video, I'm going to be breaking down the add-on Shadowed Unit Frames for you so you can get that real crispy clean UI in World of Warcraft. Check this out.
Won't you do a favor for me? Take your mouse and click the button. Won't you subscribe to me? Lockouts providing the content that you see. I'm visually stimulating your mind, 1 minute at a time.
All right, guys, jumping right into this, I'm going to try to make this as short and painless and sweet and easy on you and on me as I possibly can. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to break this add-on right down. I'm going to give you my settings real quick, and you guys can get your UI to start looking like mine. You guys can customize your stuff from there for your guys' own preference, or if you want to just copy my settings and get your stuff to look like mine, I'm going to break it down for you right now. So after you download and install the add-on called Shadowed Unit Frames, you're going to type in /SUF to load the add-on. Once you load the add-on right here, guys, you're going to be in the General tab. You're going to click the Unlock Frames button, and what I have done right here is I have my Player tab here.
Let's see. Now I don't need his help. I just need to know how to get in. All right. Let's listen to it.
The target of target frame is here. Over here on my right hand side, I have my boss frames for whatever bosses that I am fighting, and then my arena frames are stacked right there on top of the boss frames. Only one of these is going to be enabled at a time, depending on if you're in PvE or PvP content. Over here to the left, I have my party frames if I'm Mythic Plussing, or I just want to see whatever party that I'm in. Below that is my raid frames, all the way up to a 40-man. Right here is battleground frames. Right here, next to that is my focus target, and then below that is my focus target's target. The way that I have mine set up, guys, is I'm just going to run through this, so I'm just going to be able to give this to you, just how I have it. In the general settings, I have disabled Blizzard cooldown count, okay? In the global, or for enabled units, we'll go to this. I have player and pet, target, focus, target of target, and focus.
Pen. Target, focus.
Target, party, raid. What else do I have here? Boss, arena, battleground, and that's the only thing that I have that's for my enabled units, okay? For my hide blizzard stuff, this is hiding the blizzard frames. I have hide blizzard focus frames, hide player power frames, hide arena.
Where's the hide blizzard stuff? Oh, at the very bottom.
And battleground frames, hide party frames, hide boss, pet, player, and target frames. All these ones are disabled from Blizzard. Within my settings for my player targets, I have enable portrait in 3D mode on the left hand side. For the frame size, I have the scaling set.
Pet. I'm still on player. Frame.
At 155, 59 for the height, 190 for the width, and it's right here. And this is where it sits. I actually lined this up, if you guys could see right here off of my bartender add-on that's right below that, so that my main bars and my portraits and stuff is all aligned. For my target now, this one's enabled portrait in
How did he get him to where you could see him though?
So after you download and install the add-on called Shadowed Uniframes, you're going to type in /SUF to load the add-on. Once you load the add-on right here, guys, you're going to be in the General tab. You're going to click the Unlock Frames button. And what I have done right here is I have my Player tab here.
There we go.
My target frame is here. The target of target frame is here. Over here on my right-hand side, I have my boss frames for whatever bosses that I am.
That's from Healing Bot. I think I'm gonna have to get rid of the shadow stuff for now, but maybe move into the click over, mouse over click. Okay, let's keep going.
Fighting, and then my arena frames are stacked right there on top of the boss frames. Only one of these is going to be enabled at a time, depending on if you're in PvE or PvP content. Over here to the left, I have my party frames if I'm Mythic Plussing, or I just want to see whatever party that I'm in. Below that is my raid frames, all the way up to a 40-man. Right here is battleground frames. Right here, next to that is my focus target, and then below that is my focus target's target. The way that I have mine set up, guys, is I'm just going to run through this, so I'm just going to be able to give this to you, just how I have it. In the general settings, I have disabled blizzard cooldown count, okay? In the global, or for enabled units, we'll go to this. I have player and pet, target, focus, target of target, and focus target.
Got a better idea. Lock frames.
I have here boss, arena, battleground. That's the only thing that I have that's for my enabled units, okay? For my hide blizzard stuff, this is hide.
I like this UI. I'll probably go with that UI, but for now, I'm not gonna be able to do it because I got a hound pup. Hey. Is it just a minion? What can I put it on? I'm a shadow hunter. Not the fucking way. I'm a shadow hunter. Alright. Let's so flash, renew. Okay. I don't have raise. Wait, I have resurrection. Oh, it's there. So can you only... All right. Anyways. So I guess I'll just go over here to this 2. I think this should be over here, actually. So that's Vampiric Touch. This is Shadowfane. Where is... That's my racial. I'm missing something. Oh, wait. Is it this one? There it is. Okay. So I'll go with the Shift F4 right there. The Shift 4 for now. I wanted to see what... So I think...
I need to target something first.
And then I need to do... because I am in a group, so... All right, so I didn't need that. Then a scrap, what is that? Okay, so I've never seen that person. Is it a person or is it a mob? Is it like for farming or something? Not sure. So is that the elites that I haven't fought yet, I guess? That's probably what it is. Not really sure how that works. Sneeze. Excuse me. Turn that down a little bit. Keep it on 3. And it was on 4.
What can I do for you? See you around. Have a good one. See you later.
I don't have Questy on this one. So do we have an auto I could automatically grab the quests? It's really more interface with quests, but I'm guessing they don't want us to automatically accept the quests.
Greetings. Go with honor, friend. Be careful.
Oh, I got a mount. What am I thinking? Mounts are kind of slow in this game, though, honestly. Oh, man, he falls off. I didn't know that. Oh.
Hello. Safe travels. See you around.
It looks like it kind of puts the quest in order for you, I think. Closest to you. That's what it seems like, maybe. Oh, actually. Who is that? Let's do collections. Get on my nerves. All right, so that objective's complete.
You need something? Safe travels. See you later. Good day to you. How are you? Hey there. How are you? Have a good one.
So Mother Fang. Okay, so I don't need Mother Fang. I don't even get a debuff anymore. I can just like freaking just recast that as much as I want to. Is that for real? That's pretty awesome.
Greetings. Go with honor, friend.
King's honor, friend.
Oops.
Farewell. Safe travels.
Okay. So this is 100% upgrade. This. It's an upgrade. I don't. Oh, 7 intellect, 2 stamina. Two intellect, 4 stamina. I think I need to go out and back in for it to. Yeah. Okay. This dot actually matters. I think. Let's say this. I don't have Lesser Hill. I guess a holy priest, I would get like tons of healing stuff.
Light be with you. Be careful for the Alliance.
Interface shortcuts. Right click, favorite an appearance. Control click, preview an appearance. Track or untrack an item. Pretty cool. How do you get it? All right. What do we want to get with our talent point? Dispersion. Disperse into pure shadow energy, reducing all damage taken by 75% for 6 seconds and healing you for 25% of your maximum health over its duration. But you are unable to attack or cast spells. So that's my oh shit, let's get out of here spell.
More work. Righto.
The vampiric one is what? It's not on my thing either. Hang on. Oh, it's this one. Okay.
Ready to work.
Wait a minute. So that does both of them. So then I would just put that here. And get rid of that altogether, right? Vampiric Touch also applies Shadow Word Pain. Hell yeah, that's a whole nother spell I get to do away with.
More work. All right. Off I go then.
All right. So then that just basically get rid of that one. Put this one over here too.
More work. I guess I can. No one else available.
No, I'm gonna stick it out there still. Break my stuff.
More work.
You need something?
What can I do for you? Light bless you.
Well, I guess you need to enable dev mode on your Quest 2 headset. Let's go. And go ahead and enable.
You need something? Safe travels. See you around.
Choose honor, friend. For the Alliance. Be careful. Go with honor, friend. Light bless you.
Okay, let's set up Hillbot from absolutely nothing. So you probably just get add-on, you load it first time, only thing you can see is this to use something. That's quite hardcore. If you want it, just use it. So let's go next. There's a lot of fun. It's sometimes is important, but usually it's not. Tank should see it, stop it, let you drink, and you can continue happily and safely. So from frames, we have a lot of settings. This one we will tweak with that a little bit later, and we will setting big frame for the raid. But for now, let's keep it. Let's go to heal group. It's basically what you see. Let's start test for party. So this is actually what you see when the target exists. Oh, test is just down here. It's very good to just see everything working. And I don't really like vehicles. Absolutely don't care. Pets, don't care about it now. It's sometimes is important, but usually it's not. And I like leaving target and focus something down here, because when you are healing some NPC or something, it's nice to see there. But in some mechanics like raids, you need to heal some boss to get switch some phase, whatever. If you don't need it, you can just turn it off. It's depend what you are doing. So this is up to you. You want to see extra frames. Leave just raid open. Raiding group is not really different, but if you want to have it separately, you can use it, but raid and group will be the same. It's all you need basically. And from headers, it means this little name on the top. Usually what you want to take is font size. I'm not using headers, I don't like it. But if you want to see what is happening around, just play a little with this. You can play even with the color. More shiny, yay! Or opacity. If you want. I will just leave it off, but for this tutorial, let's leave it on. So what I'm playing the most are the bars. Pump it. I want to see what is important, especially with the druid. Oh, get to the place. Especially with the druid, I like big, fancy bars, because you have a lot of buffs to check off. Almost everything on druid is healing over time. It's not immediately, so it's very good to see what is happening everywhere. And I'm using a little bit bigger for a group, because when you're healing just 5 people, not 20 people like in raid, or even more, it's quite important who has which dot you are healing on. When you are in raid, just place your healer everywhere, because you don't need to heal so many people. You can actually focus some special, of course, tanks. So let's set up this for dungeon now. so I like it a little bit bigger. What is really important? No. Health bar. You just shield support and go. The health. Last health bar mix is okay. It's not just class color like here, but you want to see how is everybody doing by health, because that's your primary focus. And you can still see classes by these colors of text. So this is Warlock, this is Death Knight, this is Druid. You can see it. You don't need whole health bar to be different color. When you have 20 people in the raid, it's much easier to spot who is dropping down, because you can see color is going orange and it's going red. You don't care if the Warlock is dying or Death Knight is dying. You don't have time for that. You need to heal immediately. So you need to spot immediately and use the heal as soon as possible. That's what you usually should do, of course, blah blah blah, but that is what usually healing is about. So, yeah, make this colors. Nicely and healthy. Other things, sort is quite important. So the first sort is group. Leave it. It's nice, and then it's nicely stacking for 8. And but subsort, I don't like name. It's quite unnecessary. Role is much better. So then you have mythic group or dungeon group. The first one will be tank, the second one will be healer, and third one, fourth one, and fifth one is damager. If you are a tank, you are the first, but you can is also default, you are first. So in your whole group, you are always the first. So if you are DPS, you have yourself, then tank, then healer. And 2 DPS, but it's heal bot, so usually you are a healer, so you will be here. If you don't want to be first one will be tank, you will be second. But it's nice to be first, right? You need to take care of yourself so you will survive, then others need to survive because you are alive, you know, you will heal them. So, be alive. Visibility, I just like it big on 100, doesn't really matter. And on the bar text, let's switch test off, because these names are not actually names. I want to see my name. Ah, here I am. So back to bar text, and start with the name. I like pump size, so you can actually see who I am. Size, so it's overlapping, just put it below name. It's below on the left because name is aligned to the left. Why I'm putting on the left? Because I want to see buffs on the right side. So when is everything stacking there, I just want to see what is there. So when you have a name, then you cannot see name. And when somebody is in raid calling, oh, dispel that one. Who is that? I just see my dots. So yeah, I'm putting on the left, so we can have some your stuff on the right, and we are not bothering with anything there. And but also, what is nice to set up here. And that's quite what do I want from bar text. Next one is icons. So from icons, let's start with the buffs because we can actually see it. I cannot debuff myself, maybe I can, oh definitely I can, with some toys or something. What I like to make immediately to the text. Then you can see cooldown, and it's so small. Make it bigger. 16, amazing. Now I can actually see when is this ending, changing color. This is like the warning. So when this is 3 seconds, change color. Reapply your buff. And I like duration from 19, not actually 10. That's my preference. I usually recommend to do everything with the debuffs the same. So where is the... I need to change the text. And font size, I had 16. Because you also want to know, do I need to dispel it? Oh, you just 2 seconds, then it's gone. Okay, I will leave it. Oh, it's still 15 seconds. Oh, yeah, I will dispel that. So that's why I also like the 19. I usually don't care, 99 is just too much, but 19 is a reasonable time. You can see it's coming to close. And I usually recommend to do everything with the debuffs same. So where is the... I need to change the text. And font size, I had 16. Because you also want to know, do I need to dispel it? Oh, it's just 2 seconds, then it's gone. Okay, I will leave it. Oh, it's still 15 seconds. Oh, yeah, I will dispel that. So that's why I also like the 19. I usually don't care, 99 is just too much, but 19 is a reasonable time. You can see it's coming too close, and anything like that, don't care, but like 15 is still not that much, so I like to see duration 15. From other things, you can just keep it for now, and want to play with it, definitely go for it. And we get to debuff. So this is like basic settings for dispelling debuff, and you just choose your spell. Our spell is Nature's Cure. Check it on raid because we have raid and group the same thing, so yeah. Just on raid mean everybody. And now you will be shown, Healbot automatically will be showing you debuffs you can dispel. So Nature's Cure, remove all magic, curses and poison effects. In that case, when by enemy, your target, your friend, your ally have some debuff that is magic, poison and curse, you will see it. Because when you cannot dispel it, you don't need to see it. It's nice, but you don't need to. So this is doing by automatic. If it's something bad happening, you can just check it here. And it should be automatic, but if it's not showing something is buggy, just check what is you are dispelling. You have dispelled all magic, all curse, all poison. You just force it. Everything that is poison will be showing here by that. And it's same for the buffs, but let's check out this. You can add new one. For example, when you add new expansion like right now, you can miss some spells when you're adding. Healbot is quite good by adding everything by default, and so you don't really need to care about that. But in some other add-ons, I'm very used to adding new spells and new abilities, and maybe it is here too. So I like to put it there. From new dungeon, I didn't see it in Adam. There is Frog, and there is new ability there. It's Gulps for Toxin. What is special there? When you have 10 stacks, you are immediately dead. So yeah, you want to dispel before 10 stacks, or at least it's nice to see it when you can dispel, but you need to go. And there is new ability there. It's Gulps for Toxin. What is special there? When you have 10 stacks, you are immediately dead. So yeah, you want to dispel before 10 stacks, or at least it's nice to see it when you cannot dispel, but you need to tell your friend on Discord, you have 8 stacks, you should start running, because next to hit or from the frog you will just die, because it's insta dead when you have the application. So let's add it. Category, it doesn't matter, you can have everything in a single one, but if you want to organize because you want to add a lot of stuff, you just go to put it on correct letter. This is G. Let's write the name. Save it. And there you can actually say special color for that. I don't know. This is good. So now it will be shown. But I cannot show you now because I need to be next to that frog. So boss can speed on me their poison or the little frogs. So here's from debuffs, from boss. This is very useful. We have new buff on Druid, this DLC, or returning buff. It's Mark of the Bard, and you want to keep it on your group. So it's our special color, you can leave it, because this color is not in combat. When you are in combat, everything is alright, this is out of combat, so it's not bothering you in combat. In combat you can heal, after that you can see it when somebody died. Click the buff, I have buff, not shiny. So we can see, because usually people just forget. I'm forgetting too, so it's really nice. And from custom buffs, usually I'm not putting here what is not showing, but I will. Just one ability I've seen is not showing. It's Adaptive Swarm on the Druid. So we'll just add it. And I like to add it as Druid buff, because we are Druid, right? So, Adaptive Swarm. Let's save it. Let's try to use it. Then. And it's now showing. Because before that, if I disable this, what I just added, you cannot see it now. And it's quite important to see, oh, your group have 4 adaptive swords, just charge it. So when you pull back, you're doing nice damage. Not like it, but, I like to see that spell because it's fun to just watch what is happening with it. And sometimes you don't want to see something like on Druid to have just clear vision because you need to focus on some spells. You want to have life bloom on time, you want to have rejuvenation on time. Let's see if you have protection or something, and you don't really care some small heals. And small heals I mean is efflorescence. Oh, sorry. The ability is efflorescence, but the actual healing over time is Spring Blossom, the actual buff. And look at the heal. I'm not 70 yet, so it's even smaller, but it's not really important. It's not useless, but you want to see other important stuff. So I like to just turn it off. So we have on Druid, so this everything should be Druid spells. And it's right here, right? Let's forget Spring Blossom. Spring Blossom, you can just delete it, but maybe you want to use it later. Just disable. Don't click just once. You need to click it twice because now you disable it just for this area. You are not fighting in capital city, you don't care. Not to disable all areas. So make sure it's all zones disabled. And now you can stand there. Buff is here. It's not showing down here. I can focus on other spells and abilities. And from the test, just check when everything is alright. It's nice. And that's basically your setup for dungeon. Just hop in, start healing. Let's now tweak bars a little bit. Spells and abilities. Actually, what do you actually see? As you want to see that much. This tank. And why I'm seeing that there should be icons, extras, and I like to see who there are. Show class. Is of renaissance, but the actual healing over time. Swarm. And from custom buffs, usually I'm not putting here what is not showing, but I will, because one ability I've seen is not showing. Means adaptive swarm on the druid. So I'll just add it. And I like to add it as druid buff because we are druid, right? So adaptive swarm. Let's save it. Let's try to use it then. And it's now showing. Because before that, if I disable this, what I just added, you cannot see it now. And it's quite important to see, you know, oh, your group have 4 adaptive swords, just charge it. So when you pull back, you're doing nice damage. Not like it, but, you know. I like to see that spell because it's fun to just watch what is happening with it. And sometimes you don't want to see something like on druid to have just clear vision because you need to focus on some spells. You want to have life bloom on time, you want to have rejuvenation on time. You can see you have protection on something and you don't really care some small heals. And small heals I mean is efflorescence. Oh, sorry. The ability is efflorescence, but the actual healing over time is Spring Blossom, the actual buff. And look at the heal. I'm not 70 yet, so it's even smaller, but it's not really important. It's not useless, but you want to see other important stuff. So I like to just turn it off. So we have on druid, so this everything should be druid spells. Time is Spring Blossom, the actual buff. And look at the heal. If you have protection on something and you don't really care some small heals, and small heals I mean is efflorescence. Oh, sorry. The ability is efflorescence, but the actual healing over time is Spring Blossom, the actual buff. And look at the heal. I'm not 70 yet, so it's even smaller, but it's not really important. It's not useless, but you want to see other important stuff. So I like to just turn it off. So we have on druid, so this everything should be druid spells. And it's right here, right? I forgot. Spring Blossom. Spring Blossom, you can just delete it, but maybe you want to use it later. Just disable. Don't click just once. You need to click it twice because now you disable it just for this area. You are not fighting in capital city, you don't care. Not to disable all areas. So make sure it's all zones disabled. And now you can stand there. Buff is here. It's not showing down here. I can focus on other spells and abilities. And And from the test, just check when everything is alright. It's nice. And that's basically your setup for dungeon. Just hop in, start healing. Just now tweak bars a little bit to make it ready for raid. So for the raid, I need everything smaller because a lot of people are there. When I did start raid 40, ay. Not nice. Your skin is full. Of course, it's usually 20 does, let's say 25. So it's really nice to split it. So this is your standard setting. Nice. And now let's create something new. My new raid skin. Just to differentiate. I don't really like default skin there. I think it's easier just to tweak your what you actually set up. Just tweak it for raid. Let me save it. So I can go back to mine for group, but let's do my new raid skin. And let's check what we can do with that. So I'm going immediately for the frames. And I want to tweak general of the bars. I want to see only one group next to each other. As you want, my preference. And some people are putting these healing add-ons on the left, so it's literally better to have one group here, second here, and etc. But I like it on the right, so we can go to frames in general. And bars anchored is not top right, it's top left. Now it's just rotate the opposite. So you don't have fifth frame because usually I'm raiding mythic, so it's only 20%, so I always set up my bars for 20. It's up to you. And I like it a little bit smaller for raid, so it's not like quarter across stream. So let's get back to bars. Just tweak it a little bit smaller, and you don't actually want to see that much details there. You have a lot of people to care of. And the first one will definitely healers and tanks. If you want, you can definitely say go back to heal groups and start like main tanks. And you'll get one more column here.
don't know why this thing will not. It will not cast. So let's go Curse Forged. Maybe that's why. Maybe. Okay. So let's try that then. I'm about to go and check something else out. This just ain't working. Why it works there, but it don't.